Hello, is this working? Is anyone there? Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys can see stuff, and I haven't live streamed in a very long time, so it looks like everything's working. What's the delay? Let's see. Okay, I think there's a minute and 40 seconds worth of delay, but I could be wrong. The moment anyone is here, if you could let me know that everything's working great, that would be awesome. I'm just making sure that everything is on point. Make sure I can hear. All right, looks like we can get started. Welcome. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to do some late night streams because roughly around this time it is 10:12. Well, usually around this time, 10:12 in the night, I am working on my personal projects, and this time I'm working on the Kitbash 3D challenge, Secrets of Luminara. And yeah, I'm just building this scene here, and I thought the biggest issue with me trying to capture time lapses is that I always run out of disk space. I have like maybe, I don't know, like 10-15 gigs of space left in each drive, so capturing any kind of time lapse is usually hard, especially if you're like, when I start working around 10 in the night, it usually goes on until I would say like 3-4 easily. So it's a lot of hours of stuff that I don't have space to capture. So I figured it would be just great to do this in live streams, so that next time I need any videos or anything, I could just go back and get it from YouTube. So that's the reason I want to do more of these at night. And I understand that a lot of people might not be awake, especially in the west side here, because it's late at night. But hey, this is like a little chill stream for anyone who is up and is working on something cool together. So, and also a lot of the other viewers from the other side of the world are now waking up around this time. So it's just a nice little hour to work on things. The only thing I wish would be better, because it's supposed to be like I just start working casually on my things, but right now having all these lights on, it's like just blaring in my face, especially because I'm working in a very dark environment. It's bright up here on this mountaintop, but once I start going further down and into the valley where all the action takes place, it gets quite dark. So I usually have to gain up to even see what's happening. But coming back to the environment, so this is the scene that I'm building. And first of all, I didn't even fix it because I wanted to just show you guys that if you ever run into the issue with these kind of things where there's like a little shadow issue going on, because if you go into unlit mode, you can see that it's perfectly fine texture wise. But yeah, through lighting, whenever you see this, it's because you have ray tracing on and the geometry that you're working with is nanite. So the quick solution is to just go to your let's see if I can show you. Just go to your little console typing area here and type r.nanite mode 1. I hope you can see it. Wait, oh, you can't even see. There we go. So right here you can type r.raytracing.nanite.mode space 1, and when you hit enter, that should fix. the glitches. However, another thing that I've not noticed this before, but was bugging me in this environment because it's a very massive landscape, and for some reason, despite that variable, usually that variable solves most things, but for some reason that one didn't solve. You can see here there's this shadow thing going on. As I go further and further, it goes away, but as I go back, it comes in. So thank you to Zach, who actually is the bad supervisor in Pixamondo, who is also a crazy super talented lighting TD. He gave me the variable called r.raytracing.shadows.enable two-sided geometry, which basically means for ray tracing, should you enable the geometry to be two-sided, and technically it should be set to 1, which it is by default, which means that if there is a shadow casting object, like for example this guy is casting the shadow down here, it's basically a two-sided geometry. But sometimes with nanite the triangles don't understand that or something, I'm not really sure, but setting it to 0 basically tells nanite that turn basically all geometry to one-sided. So again, the command is r.raytracing.shadows.enable two-sided geometry, and when you set that to 0, that goes away. But that might also mean that you might lose shadows from just one-sided objects, but usually you don't really need shadows from one-sided objects anyway. So that pretty much solves these shadow glitching artifacts that we have. But yeah, so this is a little scene from the environment. I hope it's not going too crazy or too fast. If anyone is watching, please let me know if you can hear and see everything and it's not all glitched out. It's weird that, yeah. Oh, yeah, never mind. You guys can see it. Cool. So, yeah, it's the part of the story where our two characters who are going on this journey, they end up on this mountainside hill here, and they end up... oh, hey Arthur, how's it going? Can you hear me just fine? Please let me know. I think it should be real time. Yeah, I do see you. Hopefully it works out, but yeah, so this is the part of the story where the characters end up in this hill, and this is their final spot right before the final showdown or the end of the entire short. But this is just me building this very roughly with Megascans. You can see it's pretty much the same exact Megascans geometry that's like reused over and over. You just keep scaling it larger and larger to add a bit of detail. Now obviously it's not realistic, because if you were to make the scene, and if this was an actual hillside, areas that are usually receding on the inner side don't end up getting greenery, which by the way this rock is like rotated at 45 degrees, so you'd see in real life this was a scanned rock. You don't really get greenery on the underside. That's how we know as human beings that that is the underside of something in general. It's something very subtle that the brain picks up but doesn't really like tell you straight up front. So sometimes when you're using geometries like this, especially Megascan stuff, you start rotating them. Something to keep in mind is that where if you do rotate it 90 degrees, which you'll see once I go into the actual valley area, that using a lot of these type of terrains in different orientations might sometimes cause issues. There are workarounds to it where you could create a material where the material can look at any faces that are facing downwards, and then you can say, I don't know, like add a hue color to it to not make it green, for example. That could be one way. But so yeah, I'm just building this scene here, and the idea is that it's supposed to be reminiscent of like a Scottish highlands type of area. And actually the mountains that you're seeing here are part of that. So this is a scan data from an actual location called Three Sisters in Scotland, which thanks to Simon for telling me about it, and I was able to bring this in thanks to another friend of mine, Che, who was the one who ended up finding the geometry and the texture map for this. But if you ever want to get real life locations into... Oh, Arthur says you can hear me very well. Thanks. Awesome, Arthur. But yeah, so if you are planning on ever getting any kind of geometry, like real life data, scan data, you can use a tool called Cesium, CESIUM, which is a plugin you can get for free on Unreal Engine Marketplace, which is now Fab. And once you load that in, you could just enter any kind of latitude, longitude, like all the perfect locations, and you will end up with basically geometry from any part of the world. So that could be a quick and dirty way if you wanted to get real life locations. But in my case, I had the geometry from Che that he gave me, so it worked out great. But as you can see, it usually works out with this kind of distance where the camera is like really far away and you're looking around and there's a bit of fog going around and you're just like slowly panning to reveal something. But having said that, even then you can kind of sort of sometimes tell that it's not exactly like high resolution. So the biggest thing I would say is getting higher resolution texture more than the geometry itself. Because when you get like a higher resolution geometry but the texture is low, it usually ends up becoming more noticeable. But if you have like a higher resolution texture and the geometry slightly low res, you can actually get away with a lot more. So I would say trying to find higher resolution textures is always the best way. Another thing, which shout out to Dimitri from my Discord server who found out, was most locations in the world usually have some kind of a company, mostly like government operated or assigned by governments, to go around scanning parts of their country in like higher, even higher resolution. So what we have here, which I'm assuming is from some kind of satellite, it works out more or less, but the resolution is not there, especially when you're close to the ground like this. You can kind of tell that it's low resolution, even with Google Maps. But the companies that do these scans, they usually have like a plane that is like a plane that is special plane that's like equipped with like a LiDAR sensor. So they usually fly very low and close to the mountain tops, and as a result, when they're scanning, they can get really good accuracy in terms of the data. And they're usually using LiDAR, so they fire LiDAR and get that back information back, and then they use that to create very high quality terrain data. But the problem with that is they also need to be capturing textures, because like I said, you could have a very good LiDAR scan, but if you don't have a texture that matches that area, you can still kind of sort of use it. Maybe you can bring it in tools like Houdini, that like what Dimitri was suggesting, where you can use Houdini's erosion tools, for example, in order to erode certain parts away and then get actual like megascan textures and whatnot instead of the real scanned texture from that place. So that could be one way. But we did find for this exact location, like Scotland, for example, has very high quality almost to 15-meter resolution, which is pretty impressive. You can almost see like trees, individual trees in there, which this one doesn't have. But the issue with that one was that even though it was high resolution, we're still trying to find a way to map the texture data onto the geometry, because we have the height field from the LiDAR and you can create a geometry out of it, but there's no way to get the texture onto it. So, and this texture right here, like it might already feel like it's not that big or something, but it's actually pretty big. It's like 12K. Like, and even then you can see that even at 12K, it's very blurred compared to like the mega scans. Like for example, right here, you can see the mega scans, but then compared to this, it's like super blurred. So yeah, that is the valley here. If I set it to unlit, you'll probably see more of it. Another thing to keep in mind whenever working with like terrains like this that I would usually recommend is to make sure that the terrain is captured at a time when it's cloudy, which obviously you can't control because it's something that like Google does on different days as well, which is why sometimes you'll see harsh lines that would go around and it would look really weird because like at one point the satellite that was passing over scanned something, and then the next time it comes in that area it might be like completely different lighting situation. So you'll end up with like very sharp lines, which is not ideal. Like right here you can see left and right. So that's something to keep in mind whenever you're working with like terrain data, that try to find areas that don't have these harsh lines. And if anything, the best kind of terrain data would be like the stuff that's captured on cloudy days, but obviously that also means that it can't really be captured as well because of the fact that it's cloudy, the satellite can't really see it. So it's like pros and cons. But as you can see, like in this environment, if I was to do a sunny scene and if I really wanted to use this terrain data, I would just do the scene with the lighting that is already baked into the texture. So I wouldn't try and put the sun, let's say, on this side. I would just put the sun on this side because I know that the shadows are coming in from that direction. So that's what I'm doing in this scene as well. The sunlight direction is from the top left. So it kind of sort of blends in, like the directional light that's being thrown down onto the ground kind of makes it feel like it's actually lighting from that direction. But if you try and go against it, it does show up. So that's something also to keep in mind. And then other than that, obviously set everything to nanite because this kind of geometry, I had to displace it one more time. So the original geometry that I got was very smooth, so it didn't have any bumps and lumps at all. But I used the RGB data, which is just the regular texture that I have, and used one of the channels and plugged it into Unreal Engine's displacement node in the modeling section. And then as a result of that, I was able to displace it a tiny bit, but you can see it still is like quite low resolution, close to the ground. So works kind of far away like that, especially if you do add some foliage to it and you do end up getting some kind of detail with like shadows at a far distance. That might help. But at the same time, I still feel like even if you set dress it by hand using megascans, it can't really get to the quality level that is present in the actual environment. So I would just recommend, like for example right here you can see I was trying to add megascans. Obviously it's just one single scan, and this was like 15-minute job, so I could definitely be doing a lot better if I actually sat down and added much more scene accurate geometry. But you can still kind of sort of tell like the detail that is there in terms of visual detail. Like this feels like, oh, it's like the rocks are really nicely detailed, but then when you see the actual stuff that was underneath, it just feels more natural, obviously. So the longer time you spend on megascans, you could get it close, but I like working with what would be good enough in terms of how fast can you get the scene done while maintaining the quality. So for a shot like this, if you have like for example, the characters are up here or on top of this, and this already is like pretty, like this might feel like I've scaled it up, but technically like characters are pretty small in this scene. Like if a person was standing here, I would say like a human being size is like that. So compared to that, you can see that if you just set dress your area where you're working with, and then anything further away, once it goes out of focus or something, or even if it's in focus and your camera is panning, more often than not you can't tell and it still looks cool. So just something to keep in mind in general if you're working with terrain data. But yeah, so this is going to be one of the vantage points from where we see that valley there, and there's going to be tons of little fire torch lights and whatnot that are off right now and you can't see them, but that's going to be the visual guide as the camera pans and reveals that there's something there in the distance. And for the lighting, just to quickly go through that while we're here, is I used ultra dynamic sky, which I highly recommend. Like if you had to buy only one plugin from Unreal Marketplace and nothing else, just one plugin, ultra dynamic sky, because I personally feel like even though it's an old plugin, comparatively, like the fact that the guy has been updating it nonstop, and the fact that it has so much functionality. Like the settings are, let me just show you. Like, so right here you can see all the settings for it, and it just keeps going on and on and on. I have so many of the menus collapsed, but there's all kinds of control that you can find within this single blueprint, and this is not the only blueprint that comes with it. So it literally comes with ultra dynamic weather, which is like rainfall, dust, snow, just all kinds of stuff. You can paint clouds, which is something that I did for this scene. But I personally would recommend this one plugin. I usually use it for all my lighting setups anytime. So with this one, the goal was to create this very rainy, foggy, kind of like the mood that you get with a lot of the Scottish landscapes. Just a very distant line of clouds and maybe just sunlight pouring through in those areas, very blurred out. And then you see some light coming in from the clouds up above, but it's not too much. And then just in the distance here and there, there's like pockets of sunlight. Now I tried using the default directional light and actually punching holes through the clouds in order for the actual directional light to come down, but it wasn't exactly looking the way I wanted it to. So I just ended up adding spotlights, and that's what we have here, where there's just a bunch of spotlights that are scattered around the scene that are throwing lights in certain pockets. The goal with that is to make sure that they're really high up and have a very big attenuation radius, which makes them slightly more expensive when it comes to performance. But I feel like it definitely adds that customization that you could add to it, basically. So you can choose where to add light. Because if I was to turn those lights off, let me find it, you'll see a big difference in terms of, so you can see all these are lights that are placed here. And now if I turn it off, this is what ultra dynamic sky is doing naturally. And again, I can lower the cloud cover, but let me show you what it looks like with low cloud cover. So let's set to this, let's set it to 0.2. So this is what it would look like. It's like this very sunlit area. There is a very rough material added to the landscape itself, so there's a little bit of roughness happening in the areas where there's a little bit of shine, maybe where the snow is. Again, it's not photorealistic by any means. There's like a billion landscape materials out there that I need to learn that are way better than this. This is just a quick hacky way, but again, I knew that it wasn't going to be visible in the final lighting anyway, so that's what it looks like. It's still kind of cool and interesting, but I personally feel like once the clouds start coming in, like some like this I tried earlier, where it was like a little bit of clouds, but then there was still some light coming in, but it was just too bright. I really wanted that very ominous, you're going into the final battle type of a feel to it. So that's why the crazy high cloud cover, where it's like completely cloudy, and this is what I would say would be the most realistic thing in general. When it's this cloudy, this is how it would look like. But I wanted this mountain that these guys are standing on to be the last refuge, the final moment where they're like, all right, we're doing this type of a feeling. So that's why I added the spotlights, and they really help. So if you're just adding one, it doesn't really make it look as good. So you can see it's a pretty big spotlight right here. Kind of feels like it, but then your brain just says that's weird, there's just like sunlight here but then nowhere else. So that's why adding a few more in the scene, like I added one in this opposite slope, just getting the eye to like light up, like maybe one in the far back there, right? So, and then one on this mountain here, when the guys will be standing, I'm trying to make it look like some like this, where the camera, like you can have a person standing and then the camera pans naturally, so your brain automatically feels like, oh, like all the hills on this side are catching the light, but then all the hills on that side are not, because usually clouds are so big, they're not just going to illuminate this little patch of mountain and then not the one that is right next to it. Usually they will illuminate a broader spot, and that's what makes it feel more real, I guess. So you can see right here, it looks weird when this patch is lit up but then the next patch is not. So just adding a lot of spotlights helps, and that's how we have this scene here. I'm just gonna reopen the scene. Don't want to do any of the changes, and you'll see now the city. Once I go into a camera and I set the camera to not be vertical, this is just for the test that I was doing earlier, where I was trying to, the video that I just posted on my social, I was trying to do like a mobile format, like 9:16. But let's go back and show you guys where this thing is located. So I'm thinking, depending on time, if there will be time to do a completely single shot fly through, but this is where the hill is, so you can see how massive the landscape is. So we're right here. Let me find the hot spot somewhere here. Let's just say one of these rocks here, but it's supposed to be here, and then you're looking around here, and then there's going to be lights there. So I want to do like one drone shot, but then again, depends on how high quality these mountains hold up. So for example, right here, they don't, like, even in the cloudy dark lighting, they kind of look very low resolution. So I'll probably do one right after here from somewhere around here, and that's why I've been set decorating just that particular area. But this is where the castle is. This is where the city is that we're building, and I upgraded that entire backdrop to be slightly more realistic compared to what it was before, because if I turn that off, you can see, let's find this. So a lot of these cliffs are just mega scans. So this is what it looked like originally, just the Google data or the satellite imagery, but obviously that's very low resolution, so it's not going to hold up even if you get it to like crazy high texture, because again, this is 12K and you can see what it looks like when it's stretched over such a big area. So even if you find upscalers and whatnot to upscale it, it will not hold up to an actual location that you're about to put down, especially for a wide shot. For a close-up shot, it's fine, like what I did with the characters earlier. But for this kind of closer up drone shot where you do need to see a wide area of the backdrop, there's no way that it would have held up. So now we have slightly more detail, especially for closer up. I'm still not happy with the green area. This side kind of looks nicer. Let me make it a little bit brighter so you can see. Some like this. So it still feels very rocky, which the actual location has that naturally there. So I'm trying to mimic what I see here. So this entire side is very rugged and brown. There's a little bit of snow, but I'm probably going to add that at the very end as well, but only for the top areas here to blend it into that one. But so the mountain, this rugged stuff looks nice, but on this side, as you can see, if I turn it off again, sorry about the exposure, let's lower it. So it's very green, almost like it's like just grass or just small little shrubs or trees or whatnot. So trying to mimic that is a little bit harder because there are some mega scans that do that, which kind of sort of look okay like that, but it's not like the best. And the issue again comes back from what we talked before, which is a lot of these mega scans that I have, first of all, I've scaled them up to like a crazy number. So these are supposed to be like a tenth of the size that they are. It's not supposed to be an entire mountain, but I'm trying to make it look like that, which works sometimes in some kind of, like for example, the selected one, you can kind of maybe think that it's like distant trees and shrubs and whatnot because the detail holds up, but obviously won't hold up. As you get close, you'll know that it's very low resolution. So the reason why it doesn't work is because of what we talked about, which is when I start rotating it in real life, when things are growing, they would grow on top of the surfaces or at the most on the side of the surfaces. They're not going to grow underneath. And that's what the issue is, where you'll see, because this is supposed to be a little embankment, right? Like a ledge or something. Things might grow under because, oh, the ledge is not that big, so it might just grow underneath it. But when you are using that as a mountain, that underside now suddenly became like, I don't know, like really huge, right? So that's the reason why the underside of a mountain or like a cliff like that is not going to have that much growth. It will just be brown rock face. And that's why this looks fake, because a lot of the faces here that have like the underside, it just feels like there should be rock there, but then it's like green. And that's why I'm trying to blend it in with using some of the rock assets from this side onto that side, so that there's a little bit of relief, so it kind of makes you feel like, oh, there's green going on, but then it stops because there's a rock in the way, and then it continues further down here. So that's the idea with just using mega scans to create these kind of structures. But it's again impressive. The fact that we have access to something like mega scans just blows my mind, because some of these assets and scans are like really detailed, which helps. But here we have the city. The whole idea with this is, I don't want to spoil the story while I'm doing these streams, so I'll just keep it to a bare minimum. But the idea is that this is supposed to be a civilization that was built by people who wanted to escape, let's say, again, I'm trying to avoid spoilers. But so they came, they found a refuge. I'm thinking if I have time, I'll add like a water source. So there was like water, and it was safe. So it was safe from the rest of the world because it's so far down in this valley, and then the only way in is through the valley, and you can't really attack it from the other sides. So they built this entire city here, which is the Luminara city that I just named it based on the contest. But they have been living in here for a couple hundred years. So as a result of that, they have built very strong defense in the front side, and then on the back side, it is protected by the actual mountain. So it works. And that's the whole goal with the structure that I was building here. So the goal is just to have some kind of a huge perimeter wall, and that's why I'm using the kit bash kit here, which is not the Luminara kit, it's the medieval siege, which is perfect for this kind of stuff because it actually showcases like a castle that has gone through a battle of some kind, which works perfectly in this case. So there's like destroyed walls. I'm trying to tell a little bit of story with this setup where ignore that. Basically, like people eventually broke through, so the rest of the wall is still intact with like some chunks that are broken here and there. So for example, we have like a destroyed tower down here, and if I make it brighter, you'll probably see it better. We have like a destroyed tower and whatnot that has like collapsed. Obviously needs more debris and all, but that's going to be one of the entry points for our characters in as well. But there's this tribe, kind of almost Viking like, that kept attacking the city for a decade or more. And then as a result of that, because these guys were able to protect themselves because they were basically like almost like camped up in the corner, so they were good with their defense. So it took them a while, but eventually they broke through, and as a result, now we have a second wall. So essentially, to show that these guys really had time and they have been ruling and been in here for a while. The fact that they had two lines of defense, so the first one and then the second one. So in here, ignore all these assets. That's just the Luminara kit that I brought in, that I was just playing around with. Some of these assets are again just here because I was just duplicating from here to build the wall. But the goal is that there's this first line of defense, and then there was the second line of defense, which is this wall here. And in between the two would be your army related stuff, so your barracks or buildings that are needed to serve the wall for the people to, let's say they're working and then they come down and they go to the barracks or go to their little archery range or something. So this area in the middle is saved for that, but past this will be the actual city. So we have a couple of doors here that are set up, one on this side, one in the middle here, and then one on this side, which I covered up a little to showcase that it's like broken or something. But then other than that, the actual wall continues all the way around. So that's that. And then you have the main entrance door here to get in and out of the city with their little drawbridge. Obviously the little spikes here aren't as big of a deal in terms of danger. I'm trying to think if there's another way of adding some more danger, if it's possible, but it's fine for now because again, this war happened a long time ago. So the people that did attack eventually made it in, and they are the ones that are living in here now. And that's what I'm using out here. For example, again, these are all from Medieval Siege kit, which is perfect to showcase one side that got attacked and then the other side that was the attacker. So this is their stuff. which I haven't set up yet, but that will be one of the things that I'll start deciding in these streams as I'm building, because this is the thing with like this big kind of an area where it could go many ways, but that's the fun part of it, to know exactly how you're going to build and what you're going to build. So that's the rough story. Now you can see down here I have one of the Megascan's gigantic tundra material that I've just tiled like 5 times, which is why you see those lines there, because the original texture was just supposed to be used once. The tiling wasn't really supposed to happen, but I tried to do it because a lot of times when I'm populating areas like this, you just want some ground so you can see through. Obviously, if there is a oh, checking Nikhil. Hey Nikhil, how's it going? Yeah, Gaia works too. One of my friends, she's super talented at Gaia, and we're trying to make this work with that, but we didn't have time because I was just like going as fast as I could, just going in. But all of this hand put in stuff would look much better through like an actual procedural Gaia type of a setup, where it's actually like erosions and you get the natural landscape. So definitely recommend Gaia as a tool for any kind of landscape creation. But yeah, so any kind of ground that you want sometimes inside. So for that reason, I usually end up tiling it. Like I would even tile it like even more, but because of the fact that there's this black line here, which I could go in if I just go in and fix the texture or find something else. But again, this is all just preview ground. This is not supposed to be the actual ground. It's good for like really far away shots like this. Like let's say, for example, you're looking down here in the middle, right? Like in this little alleyway basically, and the camera's just like flying like this. You're not really gonna tell or know if it's good enough or not because the camera is pretty far. So it's good for far away shots like this to just use these type of textures and duplicate them if it doesn't really matter. Obviously, like here you can see the water is being shown, but you can go in and cover some of those pieces up. But that's what I do usually when I'm starting up a ground, and then just go in, and if my camera is supposed to be on the ground and the characters are supposed to walk through this particular alleyway here, that's when I'll like start actually using really detailed mega scans to build a shot there. But yeah, so I have the open area down here on the left before we get to the temple itself. Obviously, any city, when you're building, you have to think from the people that are living in there, like from their perspective. And that's why it's kind of an open book right now, and that's why I'm deciding how to set this up. Because with any kind of city layout, you have to ask yourself, like, where were their houses? Where did they go to work? And did they have food, for example? In this case, if this is a self-sufficient city, you would want it to have some kind of source of food available and then some kind of source of water available. So with water, it's kind of easy because you could have like, because it's all snowing up here, you could have like a stream coming down that could be passing through here that gives them the option to have water. But with food, obviously I'm thinking of adding trees in here eventually, but then you're not really going to live off of like wildlife as much. So you do need access to like farmable land or land where there's like enough flat surface area where you could like grow some food like wheat or corn, or I don't even know. But the goal is to divide the land up with that kind of a mentality going in, thinking what is it that they ate? Okay, they ate some kind of grown crop, so we need to dedicate an area just to crops and make sure it's big enough so that it feels like the city was eating from this. Then have areas that could be like a market area where it's just like shops and all, where people used to go purchase things or items or something, basically like a a area that looks visually slightly different from houses, because houses would just be more or less the same, especially when you're doing like medieval stuff. But with shops and all, you would want some kind of variation so it's not all the same. So there's that. Then there could be a town square, for example, where people would gather and meet up, and just to showcase how much more the civilization was advanced before it got attacked and everyone died and whatnot. So another cool thing that I saw with the Luminara kit is the actual aqueduct, I think, setup that they have, which is basically how to get water around the city, which showcases that they were pretty smart in terms of building their city. It wasn't just like, oh, there's water in the stream, go fetch it. It's more like, no, we can get water throughout the city using aqueducts, for example. So that could be a cool thing to set up. And then obviously their actual temple or main throne room or something where like everybody goes there, and that's where the government or the king or whoever they were back in the days, they operate from. And then the temples are obviously just temples where people would just go and worship. So there's a lot of different areas in general when it comes to any city. Well, so that's the goal, to imagine that within this little play space. And that's why it's exciting to me, because again, like I said, there's a million ways this could go about, but we already have a little bit of the area covered up, so we do have a little bit here to play with. So coming back in here to just showcase what it is that this area is, I was just trying to go through and set up houses. And again, thanks to the Kit Bash 3D's medieval siege kit, where they have a lot of these type of destroyed houses. And what I did is I set them up using PCG. Now, PCG is something that I didn't learn for the longest time, but I'm glad that I'm spending time doing it now with this project, because with every project you want to learn something new that you can use in future projects. And I watched a couple of tutorials, especially the ones from the Unreal Engine channel, where they talk about the introduction to PCG for artists and how to quickly go in and tweak things and how to think about using assets more procedurally instead of hand placing. Because trust me, I personally love hand placing a lot of the stuff, but you can't really do that nonstop. At some point it will be futile, because you're just setting up these faraway buildings for no reason. Nobody's going to see it. You should hand place always the hero area, I would definitely say that, but the area which is going to be further away that nobody's watching, and I'll showcase in another one of my streams the other environment that I have, which is the settlement area, where the market was something that I built, but then everything around was never going to be shown, so all that was just PCG. So I would highly recommend for anybody who's thinking about it or is on the line, if you are somebody who just likes thinking procedurally, or you're like, oh, I have couple of assets and I want them to go around, but I can think of some cool rules, like a house can only be next to a I don't know, tree, for example. Then you can set up those rules in PCG, so you don't have to set up each and every piece by hand. You can just be like, grass only grows around the tree's trunk, or rocks are only around this. So you can set up these rules really quickly. I am still learning. I'm very, very much a noob at it, but it's actually useful. And the way I set that up is just by creating a little blueprint here and adding a little spline. And if you go in here in the viewport, you can see that that's just a spline, basically like a close spline. And then there's the PCG component, and if you double click on the actual PCG, it takes you in here. Shout out to Che for helping me out understand some of this stuff, because in the beginning I didn't know. So I was learning from a lot of his work that he did in his projects, and a lot of the work that is out there on like YouTube tutorials regarding PCG. But the idea is basically there's just nodes that you set up, kind of like the regular blueprint construction scripts, if you're familiar with that. Just plugging things in and taking their output. You can debug each output and see what it looks like visually in and out. So what I'm doing here is just having a spline, taking the spline into what's called a spline sampler, which is basically a node that can read the spline and understand where its shape is, where the points are, and so forth. And then that goes into a transform points, which basically means it just spawns. Let's just see it visually. So let's disable. Let's just disengage instead of disabling, because I don't want to. There we go. So you can see right here, there's only one asset right now that's being used for all the houses. It's just being rotated. I'll take you step by step how that works. So I'm just going to disable all of it, and also disable this guy. So the shortcut for disabling nodes in PCG is E. And then if you want to debug something, and again, you can also see the shortcuts right here on the right side. If you want to enable or disable, it's E. But then if you want to debug basically means you want to see this back into the viewport. You just press D, and that will show you what the points are doing in here. So if you look at my spline shape, this is what the shape looks like, and each point is a spot where an actor can spawn, essentially. So when you have more points, like if I go in spline sampler, in here you can define where do you want the points to be. Do you want the points on the spline? Do you want it inside of the spline? Do you want it outside of the spline? That's where you can define in here. So I'm saying spawn them inside of the spline. And then down here where it says interior sample spacing, if you change this, so let's say if we set it to 500, you can see you spawn more points. If you set it to, let's say, 100, you'll spawn even more points. So depending on how dense you want your mesh to be like, that's when it comes useful to go in and space this out. So in my case, I am setting it to what it used to be. So just undo, and it's back to, I believe, 1500. So that's the gap between each one of these points, and that's pretty much it for the actual spacing. And then you have this node called transform points, where it's basically like a range that you can set in, meaning each point that comes in, will it have an offset in terms of its location? Will it always spawn where it's supposed to spawn, or will it spawn, let's say in my case I'm saying from -200 to 100. So from its original location where it's supposed to drop, it will try and find any spot -200 units in X to +100 units in X. So it will spawn anywhere on that range. Same thing with the Y. So these two columns are for Y minimum and Y maximum, and then Z minimum and Z maximum. So the Z is obviously the same in my case, because you don't want the houses going up and down. They're just at the same level. So that's when you can set this to -20. I've set it to -20, so they sink a little bit inside the ground, because otherwise they start lifting above the ground, which is not something you want. But again, it depends. If you want to get, if you're doing like a shot where you're like looking over the rooftops of the houses, you do want that number to be like -20 +20 or something like this, so that you get like a breakup, because not everybody's house is going to be at the same height, right? So you get more visual breakup, especially in like side profile shots. So that's just the offset minimum and maximum. Do you want to rotate them as they're spawning, like at random orientations, which could be useful for trees and rocks and grass and whatnot? But for houses, you don't want them rotating in X and Y, but you could want them rotating in Z, which is the vertical axis. So you could have it as in like rotate a little bit, so they're not all like perfectly like lined up. So in my case, I've just set a very small number, like -6 to 6. So they just rotate a tiny bit, so it's not like perfect. So if I turn the debug off and I enable the points, so they're there. Now the next one is bounds modifier, which basically means how do you set up your actor's size, right? Because let's say, for example, when there's certain nodes in PCG where you can go in and you can set it up in a way that you can tell it, hey, if this house is clipping into this other house, then delete one of them or something, right? Because you don't want that. Or this rock is going into this other rock, delete one of them, because that's not realistic. But for it to know how big your rock is, you have to specify that, which is what this bounds modifier is. So the way you set it up, for example, the way I like to do it is I add the bounds modifier, but then obviously it's not going to match in my case to the size of the house that I'm spawning. So for now, I'll just enable it so you can see it. And this is not what you'll see originally. The bound will just be like something small, something random, depending on whatever the number is. But in here, inside the actual values, you can start tweaking. So you can see if I lower it, it starts lowering it from this particular side, right? So I'm going to go back and increase it a little bit. And it doesn't do a real-time preview, unfortunately. So you just do it in like small increments until you see it. So you get to now define and say, hey, this particular asset that I'm talking about, it is this big on this side only, which is good because you can, in my case, like you can see the house is very irregular shaped. So you can go in and tell how big each side is supposed to be without having to like do it uniformly on both sides. So this one was 11 on this side, and now it is on the other side. So in my case, if let's say it was 11, you would have clipped through a little bit and you would have some of these pieces. But now on this side, we can say, no, it's 12. So it's a little bit bigger. So you can do that on either side here. Sometimes if you're spawning things on top of other things, you could also use the vertical bound here. Right now, I just set it to 1 because I don't have anything above. But if you were, then that is where you'll define it. So that's how you just set up a bound. So that Unreal Engine knows that, okay, this is the perimeter of the object that will spawn in here. If anything else touches this perimeter, you can set up more nodes to tell it to like delete and stuff. So that's basically what bounds is. So you can see they're all still very straight, and they're a little bit crooked here and there, but they're still all facing the same direction. That's when this beautiful node comes in, which again, thank you to Che for showing me how this is done. And he learned it from another tutorial. So whoever did the original tutorial, thank you for that. But what this is incremental transform, and it's a custom node that is made. And if I turn it on, you'll see that each one of the house rotates randomly. As I turn it on and off, you'll see they're all facing the same way, but then now they're all changed, but they only do that 90 degrees. So they're not doing it like, oh, randomly, because that's what happens usually. The way you would do it is you would add a transform points, for example, and you'll set this value here from like, I don't know, 0 to 360. So you'll give it a range, but then all the houses will rotate at random angles. You want them at random angles, but you still want those random angles to be 90 degrees so that they're all rotated, but at a particular increment. So it's a custom node. And if you open it up by double clicking, you'll come in here. There is a point loop body. Again, this is very advanced PCG. You can watch some PCG tutorials to understand what's happening, but I'll just quickly explain like the logic of it. But you're taking the points that are coming in and you are breaking them up, because each point has multiple values in it, like rotation, translation, scale. So you're breaking it up. So now you have all these values. You're saying location is as is, just go into the final, don't care about it. Same thing with scale, just go in, don't care about it. Now with the rotation, you're saying the Y and Z and X, actually all three of them, because the tool can do incremental transforms on all axes. What you're saying is you have a function called rotation increment, which again, if you go in, there's a function inside of it where it takes the increment value. There's an original rotation value of the object. What you're doing is you're dividing the increment. In our case is 90, right? So it only rotates 90 degrees. You're dividing it by 360, so that will give you 4, right? Because 90, 90, 90, 90 is like 4 quadrants. So that'll give you 4. You truncate the value because it's a floating value. You turn it into an integer. It becomes 4 as a number, like a whole number. Then you're doing -1. So 4 minus 1 will be 3. Then you're saying, give me a random number between 0 as the minimum and the maximum is 3, right? In our case. And then what you're doing is, technically this node was set up slightly differently where this value then just went directly into this node here. But what I did is I took the increment rotation value, which again, this is something the user can specify, and I multiplied that with the random integer. So let's say the user has already set it to 0 degrees, right? When you multiply any one of the numbers that will come out of this, if you multiply it by 0, then it'll be 0, which means the object will not rotate. It will just stay as is. Let's say the number comes out as 2, right? Because this is from 0 to 3. The number comes out as 2. And the increment value that the user has specified is 90. Then this will be multiplied 90 times 2, which is 180. So the building will be flipped 180. And if it's 3, then the building will be rotated 270 degrees essentially. So you take that new value and then you add it back into the original rotation, because another thing that was happening is when you take this entire actor, the blueprint that is spawning the whole PCG, you try and rotate this entire thing because you want to line it up to your world as well, right? Like let's say if you're making a city block, what good are these rotations if the actual city block is facing like 45 degrees this way? You want all the buildings to turn 45 and then internally start turning 90 degrees randomly or 180 or whatnot. So that's why you add back in the original rotation that was there. And then you just do select float, which is, it's just selecting either one. And that is based on if the user does the checkbox called enable rotation. So if they check the box, then you will do all these changes for the X value or the Y value or the Z value. But if the user does not check that box, then you just pass in the original rotation. And then it just goes back into the return node. So that's pretty much is what's happening in that rotation increment. And again, we are giving 2 user variables. X rotation is the original rotation, sorry, the option, the checkbox, if the user wants to say yes, enable it, and the increment value essentially. So all that goes back in for X, Y, and Z, and then that goes back in. So that's basically what the function is. And this is what that does. Very simply, it does beautiful 90-degree rotations, so you don't have to worry about buildings looking very repetitive. Then we have this node here called self-pruning, which is a node where if it, again, what we discussed earlier, if one bounding box touches the other bounding box, delete one of them. So then you can just specify which one to delete, large to small, small to large, all equal, etc. So this is useful when they start overlapping on top of each other. And then that's pretty much it. The final thing is just the spawn actor, which is something that you can spawn. There's another thing called static mesh spawner. You can use that if you just have static meshes, right? Where you just go in, start spawning tree mesh, grass mesh, etc. But in case of Kitbash 3D, all of these buildings are actually blueprints. They're not static meshes. So that's why you can't use that node. So I'm just spawning the particular blueprint itself. Usually you won't see it. You have to type the name of it. And then you can see right here all the blueprints. So that's pretty much what the math of PCG is. I've also added this difference node here sometimes when, let's say, so this entire branch here that's processing, it's processing by itself. It's doing its own logic and it's saying spawn a guy here, spawn a building there, so on and so forth. But then the next branch here that's going on, that doesn't know what's happening in the branch up here. So there has to be some talking between the two of them. So you can set up a difference node where you're saying, look at the points where they are in this branch, look at the points where they are in this branch, and then just delete one of them, for example, so buildings don't overlap on top of each other. So the same type of building doesn't overlap using the self-pruning node, but then different types of buildings, which are in each one of these spawn actors, they don't overlap on top of each other. Now I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, It's just me hacking it together as I was learning it. But that's pretty much it. And what you get is, I'm gonna close everything because I don't want to save it. Reload my level. But that's pretty much what you get for PCG. So we're back in here. Turn off my, I have a directional light in here just so I can see the scene because half the time it's so dark. But disable this, and we're back here. So you'll start seeing tons and tons of detail. The more assets you add, the more detail you'll get. Currently I only have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, these are not even connected. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 assets that are in here right now, and you can again add more. Now one thing is I've disabled self pruning for some of them, as you can see, and the reason for that is I actually want it to clutter because it's useful for these kind of scenes. It's not useful all the time. Like for example, if you had 2 skyscrapers, you want them pruned. You don't want 2 of them inside one another because it'll be very obvious. But because we're doing a medieval scene where you don't really have like very specific silhouettes, buildings are just the way they are, and especially with this where everything is broken down and destroyed, then it doesn't really matter if they're intersecting. It actually helps when they intersect, because when the 2 of them intersect, they just make a new building. So visually, when you're flying up from a higher perspective, you can't really tell, but obviously if you're too close, you'll see them intersecting. So that's why some of the self pruning stuff is off. But that's how I'm planning on doing. I'll add a lot more actors and make it much more detailed visually, especially when you're top down flying like this, because right now you can kind of tell that same roof actor is being repeated. So that might be something. So always like ask yourself what's repeating. Obviously these red and black and yellow fabrics are being repeated, which is a little bit telltale sign. But the bigger problem more than that is the actual house roof that's repeating with the same kind of look to it. So that might be something to also break it up and see how that goes. But it's pretty cool. Like I love how dynamic this is. Not only you could just go in and start tweaking this, so like take this, move it like that, and again you get like something new, right? And as you keep going in and adjusting. Did I save it after? I think I did. Let's go see PCG. Yeah, I disconnected them, didn't I? Connect all of these guys back up. And that should be it. Yep. So now if you see in here, you can go in, pick this, make it bigger. You can see more buildings spawn. The whole layout looks very dense and clustered, which is what I wanted to. While that 90-degree rotation helps and creates these little alleyways and whatnot. So you can just go to town right here, which is pretty impressive. Like you can just take a camera. I could literally have like a run sequence full speed. You just have to find your cameras, and this is the beautiful part of Unreal Engine where it just blows my mind every time when I'm like there's so much that you can do. Like I could just have like a scene where it's like the guy is running there and it's like someone else comes here and it's like, hey, who's that? And then the camera starts following this way. And then you just, once you set up your camera, that's something to also keep in mind, which I want to do that for myself, but I don't end up doing, but which is the fact that don't do set decoration too much if you know that the camera is not going to be there. Especially like the whole point of the channel, Indy stories, is what the whole idea is. We're not Hollywood with $1 million, so we don't have the luxury of, oh, let's just go in and set decorate everything and then we'll find our cameras. No, you need to know what you're doing. So for example, with this story, I have my script written down. I have a storyboard written down, well, not storyboard, but like a trailer storyboard broken down in terms of what the camera's roughly doing. I don't know, like for example, there's a scene where it says the characters are running, they're being chased by the attacking tribe. I don't know where that happens in terms of the actual like cameras, right? But I know that it happens somewhere in these buildings. So I'm not gonna go in and set decorate a lot of these until I just keep, let's say, once I'm done with, because first of all, with PCG the layout keeps changing anyways. I think there's a way of freezing it, but I don't want to freeze it right now because I'm actually working on it. But every time you touch this, let's see, right there, and if I move it a tiny bit or do anything different, you'll see the entire layout change. So it's pointless to make any camera edit. So first I need to set up the entire city roughly, and then know that, hey, okay, this is where my houses are going to be. I kind of sort of like the layout. Then there's a way where you can tell PCG to disconnect and then put all of these meshes into the scene. And once I do that, then I'll go around and find the camera in one of the alleys, depending on what the note from what I wrote down is. So let's say if it's like the camera chases as these guys run, let's say for example it's this alley right here, I'm only going to set decorate right there. It doesn't matter what's happening around because nobody's going to see it, unless obviously you're doing, which I am doing in my case, a top flying shot, like a city establishing shot, which will be flying like that. But in that case, I don't really have to care if like the ground looks low as the grass is intersecting or the tree is intersecting. As long as it's like roughly believable, you'll buy it. And then when you do that particular scene down there, then have a separate level and just work there, or try and sort it out in a way. Basically, whenever you're doing the close-up level down here, that is when it's in a different level where it doesn't matter, because you will run into issues. I'll give you a live demonstration. Like for example, this entire mountainside here that I'm building, it's so that I can get more detail, right? Which is great and all, but when I'm back here in my opening scene, where did it go? It's so crazy. Half the time I get lost in here. I'm like, where did my spot go? Let's find camera 1. Wherever camera 0, there we go. So when I am here and I'm looking this way, currently it's not that big of a deal. If I make it darker again, you can't really tell, but these are Megascans assets right here. So this is what I mean separating. You can kind of see this guy down here just like floating by itself. If can I zoom? Yeah. You see how that guy's just floating there, which again doesn't matter. A little bit doesn't matter, but kind of sort of matters. So what I would do is separate that out so that I only have those for that point of view when I'm in there with the city. But when I'm far up out here, find ways to like turn them off. You can even, I usually render shots individually, so I wouldn't like line up all the shots in one sequencer and render it and call it a day. The way I like to do is like each separate shot will have its own level sequence, like a separate actor. And when I'm in that, I'm only working with that. So I'll go into that, bring either, depends. Again, this is a lot of assets, like a lot of Megascans. You can't just drag each one into the sequencer because that will take forever. So I'll just go into the scene, select them all, turn visibility off, knowing that when I'm done rendering the shot, I have to turn them back on. So either make a folder called off or something, and then add all of them in there, turn them off just for this scene, render that out, go back into the closer scene, turn them back on. And if you don't want to do that, you can separate them out in a level. So you can select all the actors, make a new level, add them to that level, turn that level off. And then when you're working in there, you turn the level back on. So that could be something to keep in mind when you are working with multiple scenes. So let's get this camera back to 16:9. And yeah, so again, set decorate only what's needed. That was the whole spiel. But yeah, so that's the rough PCG that I have got going so far that I need to work on. And now there's this whole temple section. So I just took the tiles that come with the Luminar kit, and I'm putting them around. Obviously, all this is just quick and dirty, low res stuff, which will get detailed when the characters are in here. But the goal is to set up some kind of reasonably believable temple area, so it's a little bit away from where the rest of the city and inhabitants are. So that's why this area is like pushed off towards the end of where the wall is, like the mountain wall, basically. And then the rest of the city is out here, so that it's almost like this is where the business happened and the people lived and all of that, and then everybody would come here to worship. But again, I still don't know what the layout is, so that's the whole point, to figure it out as I'm building it. And I'm just talking so much now in the first, I guess, half of this, or I don't even know how long the stream's gonna go. But the goal is, once I start to build, I'm just gonna keep building. Unless you guys have questions, feel free to ask in the chat. But yeah, so this is the temple area, and what we have here is just the existing Luminar kits. I just dragged them in just to see what it would be like. Obviously, I had to customize a tiny bit of them, but most of them are just as is for now. And then back here we have the pièce de résistance, or our shining jewel, which is the main temple itself that I'm still working on. What's inside of the temple I'm not going to reveal for now, because it's the final environment. There's an entire environment inside of this, just so you're aware. But my friend Simon worked on that, and he set a lot of the insides up, but the outside was just a straight up block of just walls. There was no detail because he was working on the inside. So when I brought his stuff in here, obviously now you're going to see it from the outside too. So what I did is just go in and hand place like each one of these kits. Let me make it a little bit brighter, just to make it detailed enough, because without that it just looks like walls and nothing else. But the goal was to make it feel like it's reasonably believable, as in it could be a temple slash throne room or something that could be built, which is why a lot of the pieces are individual pieces and not the blueprints that come from Kitbash 3D ready to go. But that's the front side. And even with this, again, try to, when you're building stuff, try to imagine who's building it when they were building it. Don't just build it and call it good enough. Like, think in that sense of, like, for example, I was making this ledge here. I could have just left it as is, but then I thought, hey, that looks like a door, which means somebody walked out of that door at some point. And if they did, you don't want people falling off. So let's make a rail, and there is a rail asset from the kit. So I just put the rail in here, for example. I don't know if this is to scale or not. I think the doors are larger than life, or maybe I scaled the geometry up a little. Yeah, I scaled it up by 2. Like, technically doors will be like this small. Yeah, that would kind of make sense with the railing size. But my goal is to make the building feel larger in general, so the doors and everything is very exaggerated. But I added those details with the railing in there. Whenever I see a door, I tried to add that railing there. Also, trying to have certain key points in the design itself. Again, this is not by any stretch of the imagination great design or anything. I'm just putting blocks together, and half of that is like physically impossible, like this floating structure here or something. But it's like a fine balance between, are people going to see it? Because I can just spend time on this roof for like, a month, make it the most beautiful roof ever. But if nobody's going to see it, it doesn't matter as much. So I like putting things together kind of halfway through, then putting in the cameras, and then deciding, okay, does the camera look at that area? Does it need more detail? Like, for example, my friend Simon, when he sculpted this door, which if you haven't, follow him on Instagram, check him out. I shared a story recently and I've tagged him, Simon Rizzo. But he sculpted this door. I'll show you what it looks like. It's this really beautiful detailed door with like carvings and all this crazy detail. But now that I look back at it, and even when I was building it, I thought about it, but I didn't have time. But now I have a little bit more time. Is that if somebody's carving this door, they're not just going to carve the door and then call it a day and move on. Like they're going to have similar designs or something along the lines around it too. They're not just going to be like, all right, just wall everywhere, stones everywhere, pillars everywhere, and then really ornate door and call it a day. You know what I mean? So try and think from their perspective, whoever built it. And that's how you can do like much more believable world design. So in my case, I'll try and find assets and load them in and around the walls here to add more mural-like feeling so that there's more carvings on the front sides, or just to give it more life. So for example, if I make it brighter again, like these walls are just empty right now. So having some kind of story be formed, which is within the same realm. So you can't, let's say for example, have Rome statues, right? Maybe sort of you can to some extent, but not really, because that's not going to fit the aesthetic that we have here. So trying to find like just assets that fit in to give it more detail always helps. But yeah, that's pretty much the entire facade. Oh yeah, I also made just half of it. If you have symmetrical things, don't make each one by hand, just make half, add them, take an empty actor, put all your actors, put it in the empty actor, duplicate the actor with the children, and then flip it on the axis, which is kind of time consuming. With Unreal, with Maya and Blender, it's faster, but that's how I duplicated the other side. So I'm still thinking, like I said, to add more detail, but again, all that will depend once the camera is there, and we'll see how much the camera looks at. And what else? Oh yeah, actually, like the textures themselves. So this is a thing that I really wish Kitbash would upgrade. If Kitbash is watching, please consider this a plea of one of your cargo members, users. What they're doing for Unreal Engine. Oh, give me a second. What they're doing for Unreal Engine is they have these assets in here, and if I open any one of them, let's say, well, not that one. Let's say, okay, let's find one of the assets that has, yeah, this one. So this is just a brick wall, right? Like what you see in all the assets everywhere. But the problem is, if I put this on a square, well, this one is not as problematic, but you can still kind of tell a little bit. Some of the assets that they have textured, and this is not just in this kit, in a lot of the kits that they do, the texture of when you're doing this kind of texture and you want to do, let's say, realistic texture, because you want to do, actually I have a perfect example in the scene where I can show it visually. So if you come back out, because I was trying to make these perimeter walls, right? And you want to make these walls tall. They're not this tall. I scaled them up. But when you scale them up, you need to scale the texture too. You can't just scale the geometry and call it a day. But when I try to do the actual texture scale, so if I go back in here, you'll see this piece here has this kind of, at the bottom, this dirt layer or grime or whatever you want to call it. Like basically it's only at the bottom here because this is where the ground is supposed to go, and the rest of it is clean, which makes sense. It's good in terms of good texturing. But a lot of the times when you're scaling things, you want to scale the texture as well. What you would do is you would go in, find that particular asset. So let's say in our case, it is, sure, let's work with this one. I open this up, and in here you can see the bottom is dirty, the top is clean. I'm sure you already put two and two together. When you tile it 2 times, this is what happens, which is not something you want, because now that is, I just want the bricks to get smaller in size, but I don't want this bottom dirt layer to come up here twice, because now it's going to be visible in any kind of asset like 2 times, which is using something like that, right? So to kit bash, I think the biggest thing that they can do better with their Unreal side of kits is to have layered materials here, and with that you can still have the exact same thing, but it will enable you to have only a base texture of just the bricks, a second texture of just the grime, which you can reuse the grime over and over. So in some ways layered materials are better. And then you can have a noise mask saying only show it in this area. So now when the user comes in and tries to scale things, they don't have to go in and scale the entire thing with the grime and the dirt and all. No, they just go in, they set the tiling for the actual wall to be twice, and then the rest of the scene, like the grime and all, can still stay at 1 tiling, so it stays at the bottom the way it's supposed to be, but the rest of the rocks get detailed. So I would highly recommend, if Kitbash is listening, I'll probably say that that would be the best way to texture things, because you can reuse it. Now you can reuse that noise mask for the grime. You can reuse the grime texture over and over in different areas, making the kit way more optimized instead of having to do textures like this, because you can't reuse this texture anywhere else. You can only reuse it in other assets which are similarly sized or have similar UV layout, for example. So yeah, just something to keep in mind. So let's close all this, come back here. So coming back to this, as I was saying, when you're scaling things up, don't forget to scale the textures too. With these stones, it's kind of a little bit forgiving because we're used to seeing stones that could be the size of like your regular brick, but we could also have stones that are like, I don't know, like pyramid size, right? They're pretty big. So the human mind kind of forgives that a little bit. Again, not too much. You can't have the grime and the chipping off effect be too big, because then it feels too fake. Like for example, if I keep scaling this texture right here to like really big size, it would look weird, not because the texture is scaled up, but because the chipping effect, like all these scratches and all, they won't scale the same way. When you have a rock that is much bigger, it won't chip the same way, and that's how you usually can tell, like through wear and tear. I recently saw on my Discord server, a couple of people posted some artwork, and one of them was supposed to be a ship, for example, which is like a really massive like spaceship, like really huge, but then the wear and tear on it was much larger in terms of scale. So when you see the final model, it might be great, and it was great, but the first thing your eye notices is the fact that the wear and tear is incorrectly sized. So something to keep in mind whenever you're texturing things. The other person right after that posted, they had another model, I believe it was an axe, and their axe had the details really big, I believe. No, it was really small. Yeah. So the wear and tear, because it's an axe, you expect the wear on it to look a certain way, but they really detailed it like really close up and really tiny scaled details. When you see that, now the axe feels much larger in size. So because of the fact that, oh, if there were micro scratches like that on an axe this big, you won't really get like really fine scratches. You'll just get like, you would get it if you like look really close, but in general, I'm saying when you're looking at an object, you won't see it. So just something to keep in mind. Again, most of this stuff doesn't matter if the camera's not looking at it, but for the things the camera is looking at, that's how to guesstimate whenever you're scaling your textures, how to tell if they're looking real or not is through the wear in them. So we have our temple here. So this area I'm definitely going to be upscaling a lot, because this is one of the key areas where there's going to be a crowd of soldiers here. There's going to be two guys, the main protagonists, and the other guy standing right here. And it is pretty... Okay, let me just pull the mannequin this way. I'm just going in reverse because I don't want to show the insides. But essentially, that's the scale of a person next to this. So it's pretty big, which is cool because it gives you like a sense of grandeur. Oh yeah, by the way, quick tip: if you ever want to drop things in Unreal Engine, you don't have to go and do this by hand. If they have a collision on them, which this mannequin does and this object does, you can just hit end key, not N, end, next to the delete button, and it will just drop the object on the floor, which is a quick way of knowing. So always have a mannequin in your scene in general, because it really tells you the size of things. Like, for example, that environment that we were looking at here, and we're like, okay, it's kind of big but not too big. We don't know. When you actually bring a mannequin out, you realize how massive the place is. Like, that's one person standing here, right? So it gives you a sense of like scale of how tall, for example, this roof is, if you were to like look down at people. So that's why there's a lot to build here. Obviously all this intersection stuff needs to get fixed, but yeah, the goal is to start thinking and deciding, I guess, in general, where I'm going to be placing what. I definitely want to have a big area for fields. That's definitely there. I want an area which will be the town square, which I'm thinking should be obviously in the middle somewhere. The biggest problem with this is that this temple itself is not centered to where the topology is. You can see that's the map, so to speak. And then the goal is to... So let's take a screenshot. We could just draw on top of it. So that's the wall. That's the outer wall. That's roughly the area. And then this is the inner wall. More or less. And then that's our play space, essentially. And there's a little bit of hill here, but I do want trees eventually, so that's another thing that I have to keep in mind, that I will be populating a lot of this with trees. So I want a lot of that to like pour into the ground, essentially, so a lot of this wall is not as obviously sticking out. It almost looks like this castle wall just goes into the forest, so to speak. So all this will be just trees on this side. There'll be some trees on this side, because our protagonist for the story... So speaking of the story, I don't know if I've mentioned this. So I was writing it, and I usually get carried away with the writing, and I started developing more and more of the world. And this turned out to be like a 20-page long short that I wrote for this challenge. But obviously I don't have time to make all of it, because that would be just crazy to make 20 minutes of like high quality animation. So we're doing a trailer for now, but there's a whole story of who these people are and what their motives are and what makes them leave their place and how they go through the lands and what do they discover, and then they get to this area, and then they eventually show up to through the city running and sneaking, and then they make their way to the actual temple. But coming back to my train of thought, the reason why I said trees is because this area here is where there's like a hole in the wall, and that's where they sneak in from, because the rest of the areas are like being guarded and patrolled. But even then, like the people that attacked, like the tribe that attacked, obviously they are not everywhere in the city, because the city is huge in general. So they're scattered around, which allows our protagonists to sneak in and find their way until they get caught, and so forth. So this area is going to be covered in trees. Like the base of these mountains, I want definitely to be covered in trees. So like this whole section here is just trees. This whole area here is just trees. Outside is trees. Except where the wall goes, we'll have some clearing around it. And I also realized just now when I'm looking that the entire temple is crooked a little bit. Let me see if it's crooked actually. Oh yeah, it's crooked. Oh well. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It would bother me, but it's fine. Because like I said, there's an entire scene inside of that temple, and there's a lot of assets in there. So to move that would be crazy. So this area here is temples related. So these are just temples here. Now we need something for the actual fields, and I'm thinking of keeping them on this side, because I'm thinking if I get time to have a river essentially go through this area here, which would also logically make sense as to why there is so many trees in the area on this side. And obviously if there's a river, then you can grow things around it. The other problem might be the fact that the river has to go through the wall here, but we'll get to that. Right, so the fields wouldn't be too far. They'll be where the river is, I guess. So black pen. If I just maybe stick the river closer to the forest area, it will give me a little bit more space on this side. So let's say it goes in kind of like that. And this is why it's okay to take time here, because it's like the city planning phase. Once you plan it, you're just gonna go to town, literally go to town and make it. So building it now, like having a mind map, is usually useful. You have your black pen, and having the fields be adjacent to that, but not too far to the wall, because that's something to keep in mind too. If it's like people are attacking, and if you're thinking that's the defense line, you're not going to want to have your crop supply next to it. But at the same time, you also don't want to have your houses next to your thing. So these areas are something that I've been debating for a while, like what to put next to the walls. Maybe the reference would be to actually like look at real cities and then decide that way, like not like modern cities, but obviously like older fortress cities, and see what they used to place next to defense walls, right? Because I would definitely place something not so important that I don't want to lose if somebody attacks. Because this area here between the two walls, I'm definitely gonna put army stuff, so that's for sure. Army stuff. And here it's all trees, as we said. Sorry, I'm typing with my mouse. And then on this side is also trees. And then you have your river. And then you have your fields. Where do we put the fields? Because I do feel like this side is more safer because of the cliffs. So I do want to keep the houses on this side. Maybe... yeah, maybe it's fine to have fields on towards the wall here, almost like a buffer zone between the wall and the... yeah, because it's the second wall anyway. It's not like it's next to the outside wall. So yeah, I would say let's put fields. And then the second field, maybe the bigger chunk of fields here. Yeah, I don't want to make it too big. It'll just be fields then. Maybe that could be the fields. And then field. What else? What else could we have in a city? The town square and all, right? Let the town square be dead center. Right here. So all the roads, because that's another thing with PCG, you can make roads, which is something that I'm thinking of doing. So basically you put your buildings down, then you can have another spline, tag that spline with a tag and say, wherever this spline lands, minus everything. Don't put anything there. So there'll be a lot of roads that will be like cutting through. So you do want to have like a central hub visually, which is like open, and then roads just branch out from there, which gives it a sense of... another thing to keep in mind, that if you have a town square, that means you need to have a town around it. So immediate vicinity of the town square should be buildings of all kinds. So it can't have things like fields, for example, because the town square, so it's like town is on all sides, and that's the middle area, which is like a visual relief spot. So let's see. I would say, yeah, let's call it town square dead center. And then maybe a little bit forward because we're too close to the temples here. So maybe right at this intersection that we already have. Town square. And that way you have some spots to add buildings here. Buildings here. To decide what's in the immediate vicinity of the town square, because you can't just have houses everywhere. So this side I think could be houses, like this whole area could be just dedicated to houses of all kinds. And just still think what to do in this area here. This area here could be like shops or markets. again, another thing to keep in mind, all of this is destroyed, so it's not like you're going to be able to, oh, there's a shop here, oh, there's a market here. Like visually you can't really tell when you're that high up, but it's the fact that it takes like 10-15 minutes or 30 minutes to think of this kind of stuff with the city layout, and then you just, once you know what's what, you just go in and start building. Well, I'm going to take a quick short break for anybody who's still here with me, and I'll be right back in 5-10 minutes. Well, not 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I'll see you guys. Wow, you couldn't hear any of it. Great. I was just showing my dog. I was on mute the whole time. I was saying I was feeding snacks to him, and then I showed him. Let's get back to it. Sorry. Ta-da! Sorry, I just told Alexa to brighten the lights a little bit because they get darker as the night goes further. But yeah, so let's see. I'm thinking a lot of thinking in this stream in terms of how are we going to set this city up. So I'm thinking there's gonna be fields here, trees here, trees here, trees. I guess the river continues, right? Hello? Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. Oh, sorry. Blue pen. There's the river going through, continues. I don't know, that's another thing. People never really built castles with like rivers going through them, did they? Cause like it's such a, you can't stop the water, but then anyone else can just go through that if the river is going through it. Interesting. Yeah, I have to think of something for these sections. Cause even if you, yeah, like even if you like put the wall up and then the river's going underneath it, someone can just swim up, even though it's against the water flow, but still. Yeah, the river might be a problem. Anyways. What else? What else can we fit in here? Uh, okay, let's call these at least with this. We know this area is going to be market. Better houses. By better houses, I mean like stuff not made with wood, I guess. There would be at least the hot and happening houses, I guess. In their city will be made with stones. And then this area here is regular houses. Oh, can you see my pup in the little corner? He likes to settle down next to the tree. I hope, yeah, my voice is on. What else? Market, better houses, regular houses. Army stuff is outside. What else did people need back in the days? Let's look that up. How about that? open up a little window. Bring that over to you guys so you guys can see. Medieval city layouts. Alright, can you guys see? You guys can see. Yeah, let's look at some. Here we go. Wow, that's all I needed. So I was not that far off. So there's like, I guess yes, factory like mills and blacksmiths, right? Because there's the river, just like ours. That's where people lived back in the days. Gotta have a river. That's how it starts. And then you have fields next to them, so that's also good. And you have your houses. I guess with better houses, it could be that they have yards and stuff with a fence around it. That could be kind of cool. Slightly better looking. Although I have to see if that Kipesh has something like that with cargo. And there's a church. We have that temple area as well. Manor, which again we have like nicer houses, but they're kind of big, like a real estate type of manor. There's a lot of winding roads as well. I guess this is the kind of stuff we're missing. Blacksmith and mill. Let's see what else. Medieval city, what you got? Oh, ads.
Welcome to the medieval set of rules which procedurally generates all elements of this medieval city.
Wow.
All elements such as the landscape, big walls, and of course all the buildings were created with the help of the city engine.
Wow. Why are we even working? Just get this. Put it in. But you see, like, we're not that far off in terms of me just guesstimating off the top of my head. You have your wall. You have your, I guess in this case the pastures are outside, but you do have a little bit of pastures inside. Well, they're not really pastures, just green texture. There's the houses, and there's roads, and then there's an inner city wall. You usually have two walls. One outside, one inside. It's just different types of houses, I guess. Like the shitty ones made of wood, and then the fancy ones are kind of made of wood, but better looking. There's docks. Yeah, we could have like some docks by the river. That could be kind of cool. What else? In mini gate, we have a gate. We have walls. Tavern. Tavern could be where the market is. Armorer, mason. Oh yeah, I guess all the factory people. So we don't have like a factory area. This could be that, right? Because they're furthest away from the temple. Because like the temple's like a sacred, nice place. You don't want like a blacksmith and all that other smoky stuff going up there. You want it to be yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna make a change here. We're not gonna have market here, and we're not gonna have better houses here. What we will have is, that's the town square. This is where the factories are. Whoa. Or I should call business, not factory. But then the market is those people. Then what else is left then? Because I'm thinking, like, in our case, like, it's so easy nowadays, like in modern stuff, you could just have like market, which is an actual, like, let's say shopping plaza, or people go to spend money to get services. It's a shopping place. And then you have factories, which are different, which you don't have in medieval time. And factories are just factories. You don't go to shop there, they just make stuff. But in medieval times, a blacksmith and a tavern or an armorer or a mason is the market, technically. Oh yeah, livestock, animals. That's true. That's true. That's true. All right, let's add that in. Let's add that here. Because you need livestock, right? They could be next to where the fields are. And then the entrance could be like, you know what I mean? Like the entrance road goes through the fields here. And then this is where you have live stock. So another thing that I was thinking is, if you want to have like society, right? And again, all this is going too far, but this is only gonna take just this one night, and then we're gonna be done, and then we're gonna have our map, and then we're just gonna go to town and make the actual thing. But it's just thinking. So this is where the temple is, right? Worshipping stuff. What I'm thinking is, usually the better houses would have, or like the rich people, so to speak, the richer people will have a better access to this kind of stuff than the poorer people, right? So what if, instead of putting the shitty houses next to the temple, because why would you? What if we have nicer houses? Nicer houses. That's the town square. And then the shittier houses are just relegated to the side. You know what I mean? So these could be, they're not close to, they're more like sacrificable to the enemies that are coming out to get to your temple, I guess. So regular houses. And then yeah, then you have like, oh, we're ready to lose our fields, and then we're ready to lose our animals, and then we're ready to lose our regular houses, and then the nicer houses, and then the temple is what we're protecting. Temple plus throne room. Temple plus throne room, nicer houses, regular houses, livestock. And then what's left? Markets, right? Right. I don't want to put markets here because that'll be too far for people to get stuff. Markets should be here. Okay. Slight change again. I'm gonna put I think the market should be around here. The regular houses should be broken up into 2 sections. Here and here. And this is market. Sorry, I'll clean all this up. I'm just mentally painting a picture. Market's just surrounding here. And then this is all nicer houses. And markets there. Town square, regular houses, regular houses. What else would you value that's like further back here? I mean, you don't have to have the entire area be taken over, you know? Like a little bit is like for future developments. TBD. Like, because they built this wall, they're not going anywhere, so might as well leave some room for the rest of us, you know what I mean? Okay, so let's go up here and take a proper image now. Trying to get as much as we can with good quality resolution. This time I'm gonna write it with a better quality. Screen share. Share X. Share X the best, by the way. If you guys don't use, if you need something to take snippets, the Windows snipping tool sucks. Use Share X. Great open source software. Use it all the time. Highly recommended. So let's do control print screen. Oh lol, I could just screenshot this. I don't need to. Just do F9. Got my render here. Open this up. Here we go. All right. So now we can write it nicely. Go to edit. Where's edit? Edit. Oh, you guys can't see. Let me make it smaller. All right, come on in here. I hate when Windows does that. All right. Okay, markup. What do we got here? Pens. All right. This is the rough. city layout. I wish I could do this in ShareX because ShareX has lines that you can draw, like straighter lines. Yes, okay, sure. Okay, let's do it the old school style. I'm gonna make this full screen. Open control print. And give me a second. Alright, so that's ShareX now. Alright, so there's a lot of cool things in here. So as you can see, you could do this kind of stuff with ShareX. And you can adjust it after the fact too. So we got ourselves a boundary. That's that. Now the inner one you can freehand. Oh, that's an arrow. We don't need arrow, just freehand. Okay, so we can use different colors now, which is the good part. Let's use green for trees. Okay. Oopsie daisy. Oh, let's set it back to like white for a wall. Actually, you know what? Sorry about that. Let's just do it in Photoshop. It's just so much better. Plus, I can save the file to look at it later. All right. And there we go. Let's open up this image. Make sure it's visible. Cool. Give myself a brush. Hardness. Alright. Set it to, let's say, white for wall. And find a good brush. I hope you guys can see. Perfect. So that's the outer wall. That's the inner wall. Let's make the brush smaller now. Now, let's do trees. So we'll set green. Let's actually do better than doing this. It's just right. Trees. Alright, let's do 20. Oh, let's do 40. Oh my god. Sorry. Trees. Trees here, trees here. And then trees on this side. Actually, let's open up the spot for the river. Cool. So we got trees here, trees here, and then trees here. Alright, let's do the river. A little bit of blue. Maybe that's why this wall is curved, because it curves with the flow of the river. The water just comes from up here in the mountains. Just make it wider as it goes. That's the thing, you don't want to take away from too much of the land area as well. Just because we're drawing this doesn't mean we're going to stick by it like 100%, because I don't know the scale of things right now. This river could be massive when I'm done making it. I don't even know I'm going to do it. That's the fun part. You just get to skip it if it doesn't work out. We don't have millions of dollars riding on. Not that most people don't change at that level. You'll be surprised to how many times people still end up changing their minds, even when millions of dollars are riding, especially when millions of dollars are riding. All right, so we got our river. Let's call it river. Give it color. Make it sideways. All right. Okay. I can only see the houses and the structures. It's actually pretty big. Pretty big play space, but it's okay. It's good. It's a good problem to have. Alright, let's go back to what we made before. And just this. So we got the trees, we got the rivers roughly in between that black intersection there, which is more or less correct. It's a little bit wider, but it's okay. Then we have the army stuff. So let's do the army stuff in red. Red. We got let's call that army area. This is where armies do their thing. Alright, let's section off the temple with purple. So we got, maybe because right now I just clustered all the temple stuff together. Maybe I'll give it more area. Actually, let's start our way this way back. Let's do fields. We'll give it yellow. So field. This is the central road. Okay, the field doesn't have to stick to the wall. Like that. And the fields themselves can have like rows and paths and whatnot. Thinking of the shape here as I'm going about. We'll tweak it and adjust it after we're done. Let's do something like that. And I like that symmetry with the road in the middle, so we'll do another field this way. This one can just be straight. Maybe that's not enough, so we'll do a little bit more. Because come on, you have people living in all of this. That's a lot of food. Let's just utilize fields all the way. Okay. Call it field. And rotate. And change color to that. And we got fields. Fields. And fields. Okay. And what was next? So we got fields, we got river, right, livestock, which is the giant rectangle that occupies this. Livestock, you do need space for them for sure. Let's give them a color like, should we give them, what is the color of cow? Let's make it off green. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. It's like, well, you have a giant rectangle. Well, obviously it's not gonna be giant rectangle, but just areas dedicated to livestock. Maybe make it a tiny bit big. No, it's not gonna be as big as the fields. Okay, let's just keep it like that. We'll tweak it after. Call it livestock. And give it the color, just this. Scale it down. Scale it down. We got livestock. What else? Then the regular houses, I believe. Correct. And this is where the town square is. So I gotta keep that in mind. Alright, let's get our color for regular houses. Let's keep it dirt color, because why not? It's us, the poor people. We, the poor, live here. Let's make it not so symmetrical, because everything's looking too blocky. That's another thing, when you like imagine from like, not just from drawing perspective, like you gotta imagine as the camera is higher up looking down, it's not gonna see the details. What it will see is the macro of things. So if you have bifurcation for fields, livestock, and all these things, they're looking like giant rectangle blocks, it'll be too obvious and it'll look wrong. So maybe they could just live all the way up here, because like these are the people that are working the fields, right? Not the rich priests and whatnot. So they could be in this entire area. And maybe you could have livestock in between these two. That's how it evolves, see? So let's... Whoa. Oh shit, did I just draw everything on top? I did, didn't I? Oh well. I'll bring in the image after on top, but I'll add livestock in between this. Let's just add the color for now. Because they need water, right? So you got livestock. Livestock. And then regular houses. Then what else? Oh yeah, gotta type this down. Regular houses. It's so funny, I'm writing regular, I just mean poor. The exploited. Okay. And then this way. And then you have the market, and so we'll have to off-center the town square a little bit, but that should be okay, hopefully. Let's do black line. Oh, let's do white for the road that's coming from the... okay, here we go. So that's the path that's coming in to town. And then it's gonna turn into a town square. Every time I say town square, I think of Townsville City. The city of Townsville. Okay, that's too big of a town square. From Powerpuff Girls. So, something like this maybe. Because you gotta think too, it's like this red thing here, for example, is like one building, isn't it? What is that? How big is that? How big are you? Okay, that's like, yeah, it's like a tent for 3 people, 2 people. How big is this horse cart? Just trying to have some like real world scale, so I know I'm not just... Okay, yeah, that's like a cart size. So that is a cart size. Then it's fine, I guess. Town square. Let's call it town square. Color it white. Make it smaller. Cool. Now we have market. Oh, not that color. What should we do for market? Let's do mint. Or whatever this color is called. I guess. Did I miss anything? Market and the nicer houses, right? Right, we left some space for TBD on the left side. Which I think might be a nicer visual than just spamming houses everywhere. Okay. Coming back here. Let's make regular houses only till here. So then this is market. And color it that. Market, 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 market. Here we go. So we got market, we got regular houses. This land here is slightly TBD open. And then let's do the fancy houses. So for that, let's do light purple. I don't even know. I guess, I mean, I can add like backyard, front yard, like we saw in the manors and estates to make nicer houses. Let's call this bigger houses, manors. Not manor exactly, but like nicer. That's the only word I can think of. Nicer houses. Basically, the people that were like, let's say, temple priests and the king person and all of that. And then, You have the temple. It's like saturated pink. Oops. Whoops. Sorry, let's pick the color again. And draw that. And then that is temples plus throne room. Whoops. Give that color. Okay, maybe not that fluorescent, maybe a little darker. And then scale it up. All right, there we go. So took a couple of minutes, well, not a couple of minutes, but like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. We have roughly an idea of what's going on, more or less, and then we can play around with it. So now we know at least that there's going to be trees on the side, some kind of water body if it allows and if we have time. Then some fields, some open pasture, livestock type area, regular houses, market things, town square, and then nicer, bigger houses, I guess, with a little bit more fencing around and whatnot, so it's not just packed, jam-packed. And then the temple. I have a very strong feeling that I'll probably extend the temple area here to this area, so the nicer houses are only in this section here. Maybe make the nicer houses like here almost, and then the market's just on either side, something like that, because I feel like this might be too tight. But at least the army area is pretty set, so I think we could go around setting that up. I'm gonna save this. Map. Save. And also gonna save as a JPEG. Save. Cool. So we got that done. Let's start clearing some stuff up then. So let's make it a little bit brighter. Let's add our sunlight back in so we can see something in here, because it's too damn dark. There we go. And now let's get all this military crap out of here. Back to the army area. So I'm gonna have to add all of this to a folder. Take that, that. All of this is army stuff. This. I should probably have some music going on, shouldn't I? I was looking into it earlier, just like royalty-free stream music. If anybody knows any good resources, please let me know. Because I'm pretty new to this stuff, so I don't know exactly what is good and what can be played. I just like film soundtracks usually, but I mean some lo-fi stuff works too. Okay, I'm not gonna take those because that's not army stuff. It's like a blacksmith in a stable. So this is good. I'm gonna move it all into a folder. Move to create folder. Call it army area. And then you can select it all as needed. So let's get it in this side. Now the other issue with this army area is the fact that there's a height mismatch, which I had to sculpt. It wasn't even there. I used Unreal has really cool, well, it's still developing, but it's cool enough, the modeling tools that they have. So having that to sculpt terrain quickly, because this is not landscape, because everybody knows landscape can be sculpted, but this is just like a regular terrain. And obviously on this side it is further lower, as you can see, like this is the ground because the castle wall is higher, but on the other side it ended here. You can see this ground here is from the kit bash asset, so this is obviously much higher than you can see on this side where the ground is. So I had to sculpt a little bit so that we got that gradation going on, but now that gradation is going to hurt because it's not smooth. We need it to be smooth if we're going to place any kind of assets out here. I also have to push in this guy, which I'll do soon. But just some things to think of. Okay, let's get this crap out of here, at least a little bit to the side. Oh boy. Oh, this is still here. Never mind, I'll figure it out. Okay, so let's get this castle wall stuff in a corner. I'll put it out for now because I might need these objects later. So just move them out for now. We'll come back for them. Okay. Just so that we have some space here, basically. Is this part of... No, these are separate too. Cool. That's all together. Alright. So I'm going to take this guy also. Put it out here. See, I would have totally lost it if I would have left it under the ground like that. Oh, save, because we haven't saved in a while. Alright, so before we start populating all this stuff, mostly we need to know from the top-down view where our trees will be. And if I open this back up, if you just zoom in, okay, it's roughly where this wall is here. On this side, and on this side it's halfway between this line and the stairs. So halfway somewhere here. Just put this guy here as a placeholder. And on this side, it's use this guy. That's where the stairs are. Right? Yeah, right where the stairs are. Right here. So this is our rough play area, and then we can always make like a slow transition into foresty area, although there's not going to be that much forest anyways because of these cliffs. We'll try and add some even here, make that bottom area green so it feels natural, because our protagonists, they do use the forest as the cover to sneak in. And there's this hole in the wall that you can see that I'll have to upgrade when they go through here. They basically sneak their way. Maybe through here, maybe there's another section back there. But all that is covered in forest, so to speak. So it's roughly here. Let's put another copy of this here so I know. The dimensions that I'm working in. So we got this on. Actually, I also like doing unlit. It's just faster and you don't have to compute lighting with shadows and all. So that on that side. So let's select all this again. And then deselect my marker, which was this. And deselect these. And then get this stuff a little bit this way. Cool. So now there's two things. One thing I'm thinking is obviously you have to level the ground, because a lot of these assets, they're not gonna like bend or whatnot. For example, this guy, like he has to go on a straight ground, otherwise he'll be like half cut in that way. You can't really do this to it. You could do a little bit but not too much. So one part of me wants to just flatten out the ground more so you could have that, but then another part of me feels that whenever you have like terrain that's like too flat, like on this side you can see obviously it's all like straight line, it really breaks the realism, makes it feel like it's not like in real life. Like where will you find a ground that's this even, you know what I mean? Especially in the middle of the valley surrounded by mountains all over, you're not going to go in and make it flat, and you're not going to find it flat. So there's always like, even though we made this map here, this map doesn't take into account the elevation changes or the rocks or just random stuff that would be in there, you know what I mean? So that's something to keep in mind. Excuse me, I'll just drink water. So that's why. How are we doing on time? Are we still good? Let's see how long we've been streaming. What does this say how long you've been streaming? I guess we started around 10, right? 11, 12, 1, 3 hours. Not bad. Yeah, it says 3 hours. Cool. In the beginning, it was a lot of talking, but I like this now. Now it's like just thinking, and building. Just the time lapsey part of the environment design. So let's get back to lit so we can see some dimensionality for now. Wow, this whole time I was talking and I was on mute. Sorry. Let me go back here. I was trying to look for a ground, basically. And what I said is just focus on the area that will be visible. Don't go too crazy with trying to make everything perfect, because most of the times this won't even be seen. It will only be seen, let's see, if the camera is going like this. You just need to see, oh, there's something there. That's it. And that way you can maximize your time a little bit. And then I was looking for floor texture, because this is what like flooring would be like. I'm trying to find this material, assign it to this guy, because this, like, when you think about it, is not like, if you're a medieval person trying to make a flooring, you're not gonna do this fine job for a floor, because this is a wall, this is not a floor. And this here is what floors usually look like, just random rocks that are laid in. So I'm trying to find, let's go back in here and try and find it. It's basically this texture here. Floor stones, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, that's the one. Floor stones. Let's give this one to this guy. Not there. Could add there, but it's too detailed. Let's try these ones. They are also too detailed. Let's make a duplicate and call it C. Assign that. And then change this to tile less, actually, so it's bigger, even bigger than that. Yeah, something like that. Right? So you can kind of tell that it's there, but it's not like a... Plus, another thing you could do with materials in general to create variations, especially when you have tiling options, is to make a copy. So I'm gonna duplicate, call it D, open that one, and then in this one I'm just gonna offset this by 0.2, right? And then in this mesh here you could assign that one, so they're not all duplicating exactly. It's a little bit off, just a tiny bit. And you only have to do it to like 2 or 3 meshes, just 2 or 3 times, and after that you can just duplicate that entire static mesh, so you don't have to keep doing this. In this case, let's rotate it 180. Same thing here. Just give it to this one. And again, if it does look too weird, remember that the lighting was gonna be like that. So this is just to give it like that kind of a buffer space, you see. So see, something's there, but we don't have to know exactly what. Maybe I should just be in this lighting. I still feel like these stones are different. Doesn't look like my stones. Which one is this one? This is the one I like. So you could do this too in... Oh, that's the first one. Give me this one. And then let's try assigning this boulder cell, it's called. Okay, obviously too detailed. Okay, so that's the big ones. We don't need that. This one is the one. Boulder bricks. Okay, let's duplicate that. Call it B. Assign this. Maybe a little bit. There we go. This looks much nicer. Right? And then we can just offset this one. Add that in. So you see how it changes a tiny bit? You don't want to change it too much, because if you change it too far, it'll just circle back. Like right now, 0 and 1 are the same. 0.5 is exactly off. Maybe in V also we could do 0.5. If you don't do 0.5, it'll actually be slightly better. Something like this. And then something like that. And then now you can just keep applying these two over and over. But always watch out for like macro patterns, because that kind of stuff will hurt you. When you're flying high up, you won't see the details, you'll just see macro patterns. Like I'll see this black shape repeating too many times, which might not be something ideal that you want. So you could do another variant, D, where you could change the scaling of it and then apply that to this. So you see how like it's too big now. Maybe something like that. So it still looks different. The tiling has changed, so the pattern breaks visually. You can't tell. And then I'll take that pattern and then do another variant and just do that. And then assign this to that, and then change the offset to like some random number. Like that. So now we have a total of like 4 variants. And keep it reusing here and there to create unevenness. So that it's not too obvious. Just make like slight variations. So this one is 0.15. I would do 0.185, for example. So this one is 0.185. This one is 0.15, 0.25, and maybe 0.21. So just by that, like there's some kind of breakup. Cool. So let's continue adding these on the other side. Also, something to keep in mind is the orientation. So that will be visible from like high up. And you'll see that lines don't go off the walls straight, which your brain will pick up immediately. Also like raising and lowering each piece slightly. Gives it that tiny bit of contact shadow. Let's add this guy to that. Add this to you. Give this one there. And then to make certain pieces not stand out as much, because again there's too much, like let's say white, right? Like you can see a sharp line here. You could start using this type of stuff, which is just like mossy ground, like that, and just scale it. because over the years it would break up here and there. It's not gonna be like perfectly good. And it would collect more in the edge than it would in the front. And you can even like rotate it and scale it to create macro variations. Sometimes you can even take let's see, the same material that the ground's gonna be. Whoa. And then assign that here, but that's obviously gonna tile a lot. So let's say we have this, this, like that. You can just start assigning like all kinds of different materials that that particular mesh is not even made for. That's why the UVs are going to stretch out. Like for example, this is the UVs and textures of like some cliff, right? But if we can just, and that's why it looks blurred here, because those areas were not UV'd for that, for this mesh. It was UV'd for that cliff or whatever the model was. But when you're flying like that high and you're just doing establishing stuff, you're not gonna know. Plus it helps you break up the visualness. So feel free to like drag stuff from other mega scans. So let's see this one. Yep, looks much more believable because it's lighter in color. So that's what the eye usually picks up. Like if you see, the reason why this sticks out more than the one that I just assigned is because this is supposed to be at the ground. So when your brain sees that, your brain goes, okay, that's the ground. Why is this mud piece here darker? You see the contrast, you don't see the details. When I assign this other random megascans material, the mud black levels are the same as the ground here, which is why when I'm like flying high and you're viewing like this, you can't really tell. So just small stuff to keep in mind. I just click on like random megascans folder and I just find whatever material and I just assign it without thinking too much, because again, all these areas are not going to be visible in like hero moment. It's just for a top down shot. See, so just in like a little bit it starts adding realism. Then once we add, let's say, the walls not be as wide and you stick this guy sideways, which I mean obviously you shouldn't, that's not how walls work, but You could do it with decals better than meshes, but you could try. See, like just in a second, adding that mesh there just made it so much better. Also doing it at an angle, always like rotate them a tiny bit so that it looks like the area is growing, because the entire mesh is like rotated a little bit, like when you're looking at it visually. It looks like, and so when you rotate it and when you pull it out like this, the bottom starts showing up more before the top, and that's how you can like quickly make it look like, especially with meshes that are uneven like this ground, right? And sometimes they might be too flat, like the ground, like the imperfections, the unevenness might not be as strong, so always scale it in the height axis. That makes the unevenness like stand out more, and you'll get this like growing pattern essentially. And that's how I end up getting. And then you just need one. When one is good, that mesh is lined up, right? So all you have to do is just move it, find another material and give it to the same mesh, and now you'll have slightly different colors, but the mesh is the same, so you don't have to worry about, like, it'll look different, but at least the mesh intersections will be similar ish. So here the wall goes in. Let's assign something else. And sometimes you could even, instead of mud, because mud usually won't stick like this, it's better to get like those embankments. Where's the embankment? Mossy. It's like the kind that are like super green, basically. Like something like that. But that's too green now. Basically, to show moss growing on the walls. That's another quick way of, instead of going in and adding moss, which you should if it's a hero asset. Otherwise, you can just add chunks like this, like for example, something like that. Because it doesn't make sense to have mud be on the wall. That's just not gonna stick over the years. Think about it, like rain and stuff will fall. So you shouldn't really have like muddy stuff, but more green stuff. Now that one, that can't be used because it's too dark there, so you just do that. You can do the same if you want to break it up a little bit, but still have some greens. So yeah, that's how you can do quick breakups. Then you can always create variations with the same one. by rotating it at odd angles. Again, don't do too much because it would be too obvious. I don't have that many that are green colored. I have this guy. Let's make it less bright. Cool. And then I'll just pick these. And let's add these guys to the front wall. I have a group in the outliner called front wall. So I'll just add all that in there so it's nice and organized when you want to turn some stuff off. Move to front wall. Turn that off. Make sure we pick it up everything. Take that, take that. And that. Move to front wall and turn it off. Oh, forgot one. To front wall. Turn it off. Make sure we have all the pieces because now we start duplicating them at full speed. We don't have to worry about the fact that some random piece that's gone missing. For example, this is part of that. So let's just gonna grab all the Nordic moss And then quickly duplicate. Move over to this side and just quickly arrange it. The way to quickly arrange stuff, like the way I like doing whenever you have a bunch of objects, you want to line them up. Like right now I'm looking at this guy here in the corner, not even looking at anybody else. And once he's good, just control click it and he'll get deselected, and then you can keep moving the rest of them. So that way you can quickly sort and line each one up. And this one's done. So it's like a quick way of setting stuff up. And that's pretty much it with like building stuff. Just going slowly, piece by piece. It's like a flow state. You just don't even think about it. Just do it. The only reason I'm like even working on this section here is because the walls are very bright white, relatively. And they're very easily noticeable from a higher distance that they're brand new, you know. Like I said, you could do it through decals. It's not impossible. It's better to do it through decal than do it this way, because this will get heavy eventually. I know nanite and everything, but still. I just like it because I feel like the breakup is much more unique with every piece. With decals, what happens is, because it's like a flat texture, when you assign it, it just gets stuck to the wall, or it doesn't get stuck to the wall, because it's like the wall's flat, the decal's flat. There's not much wiggle room, if that makes sense. There's not much play room with, like, the decal's either stuck or it's not stuck, or it's like halfway stuck. There's no unique pattern that comes out. But with geometry like this, you can create much nicer variations faster. Instead of fiddling around, rotating or something. Like right there, like we were done in what, like 20 minutes, I think, pretty much. It's good as a first pass, you know. And then if I know my camera will do this, which I know it will, I just don't know 100%. Like it could be like a shot like this, for example, you know. So you'll still see it, but it won't be too obvious, hopefully. I like this material. Keep that one on everybody. Some of these are too dark. Um, Hello, bruh. How's it going? Sorry, I was in a zone state. I don't know when you messaged. PC spec 4090, I believe. And, well, not I believe, I know. 4090, what I don't remember, let's see, is mm, the RAM G Skill 24 gigs. I have a 32, like I have another 12 gig stick. Not 12. Is it 12? But it's not working, so it's 24 GB RAM. And Threadripper 2950X, so it's pretty old. But it's working. I mean, it loads all of this, which is impressive. It's like a entire map over here. I'm just building this medieval city slowly, piece by piece. Right now I was just setting up this wall here. Welcome to the slowest city build in the history of city builds. What? What is what? Oh, software? This is Unreal Engine. This is what games are made in. Well, some of them. Not all of them. Yeah. This is not even it. It's actually a pretty big map if you see. I've got like fucking full on mountain range over here. All in real time. But I'm using it for making cinematics, so this is gonna be like one of the vantage points. Do you have DC? What's DC? I don't know what DC is. Oh boy, 1:57 a.m. here. What's the time? Where are you at? Yeah, this is the valley, and then I'm building the city all the way inside of this. Keep flying, keep flying, keep flying, and it shows up here. And then in here we got the city wall. Can I get your Discord link? Yeah, sure. I'll paste it. Are you a 3D VFX animation related student, or are you studying something similar to that? Let me copy link address. Yeah, sure, you can join. That is the Discord, where we have a bunch of like young 3D artists that connect with industry professionals, people who have been in animation and visual effects industries for a long time. So it's like a resource, free resource for students to join in and talk with. YouTube is not receiving enough to maintain. Just got an error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Are you experiencing buffering, or is it smooth for you? Got an error message pop up. Let me know if it's stuck or something. It shouldn't be stuck. Are you in any channel? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm usually anywhere in the server. I'm not right now because I'm on YouTube streaming, but you can always find me in the voice channels at the bottom, the working VC and chilling VC, usually in there. Nice. Where are you from? And what are you studying? was just going through some medieval maps here. I'm also there working VC. Cool. Well, I can't join right now because I'm in the middle of the stream, but feel free to chat here. I'm usually there all day, so you'll catch me every now and then. So if you have anytime you have questions or any doubts, feel free to message in any one of the channels or tag me, and I can help you out. Let me know if you're getting buffering on your end or is it playing smoothly, because I got an error saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. If it is stuttering for you, just let me know so I am aware. Cool. Well, hopefully this plays well after I'm done, because I don't know why it's erroring out right now. Cool. We'll just continue where I was. So I'm just gonna quickly add more from where you get the assets. Some of them are free, so they're all from a website called Kitbash 3D. They have a lot of paid kits, but recently they're doing a contest where they have a free kit. So if you go to their website, kitbash3d.com, you'll see at the top it says Luminara. So there you'll find a link to download Cargo. Cargo is their software within which you can get kits paid and free. So using that, you can download and get free kits in Unreal. And just like that, we have the wall ready. Well, ready in asterisks. Let's set up these structures. Should probably flatten some of this area. What about you, Chris? What do you study? If you're still here, what do you study in animation? Let's push this down. Modeling. This is where modeling tool comes in handy. In Unreal Engine, you can just sculpt it down. Dynamic mesh sculpting tool. I'll give you a brush. Just make the brush smaller. And then just push it down. Something like that. You can use the smoothing brush to smooth it. Increase the strength. I feel like the smoothing brush in general in Unreal Engine is not as strong. Like it barely does anything. Usually like it pumping it up to like a crazy number. Let's see. Right now it's at 1. I'll probably set it to like 50. Well, it doesn't go past 1. Let's try the move brush, but use shift to smooth. I remember I smoothed it before. What did I use? Let's try here. Sculpt normal. Let's do raise. Control is to push. Now there was a way you could smooth it a lot. Smoothing strength. Alright, let's set this to 5 or 1, sure. Yeah, there we go. Always trying to see it from the side. Yeah, it's working. Just move this down, honestly. It's in the way. Well, in 5 minutes, I'm probably gonna call it a night. I will still continue working, but not with like 16 lights in my face, because that way it doesn't help me slowly wind down. Let's try sculpt normal. Just push it all down. And then just use smooth to smooth it up. And then use sculpt again. Hold control to push it down. Use smooth. And hit accept. And hopefully it doesn't crash, because this is usually where it crashes. It's a pretty big area that it's sculpting. So hopefully don't crash. Please don't crash. Thank you. And then go back to lit. Now we have some nicer, flatter area. Well, relatively. And start placing things. I still don't know how I'm gonna make this transition, because like I could just add a path. That's not the problem. Like visually I can add a texture here, or a spline path that just goes down there. But the problem with that is I can't place objects around it, like this tent here, and I do want to place them. You know what I mean? I can't rotate them like this, because that just looks wrong. All sorts of wrong. The other thing that I don't like with some of these kit bash assets is the fact that they have flags in them. This guy here, and the flag is in this position. Like that just looks wrong unless it was just down, you know what I mean? I get it, it's good for like concept art. It's not good for motion. because otherwise I wouldn't even touch it. Like the asset, like I wouldn't even touch it. I'll just be like, yeah, it's good enough and move on. But I can't, because sometimes you'll see the silhouette of the flag so clearly. It would be nice if they had them as like choices instead. Kind of like the blueprints that big, medium, small makes, where it's like you can choose lights on, lights off. Same way you could have like flags on, which I have a very strong feeling in general. Kit Bash 3D, I have a feeling they're in the next big update of their kits. It's gonna be lights, like for all Blender, C4D, Unreal. They're gonna have like lights be the update, I think, so you can use their kits at nighttime, because right now it's a pain to use them at nighttime. You have to like set up the windows, which I mean I'm okay with, because I've learned that over the years, but other times it's not so okay. We got one viewer in the house. You know what's funny, when you're starting out streaming like this and it's just one person watching, it's just that person. Like you know who you are and you're the only one who's watching. Because when you have a lot of them, it's like, oh, I wonder how many more people are there. And right now it's just you and me, buddy, whoever you are. Thank you for tuning in for it being 1, not 1, 2 a.m. for me. I don't know what time it is for you, but I hope not too late to go to sleep. So what I'm trying to set up here is kind of make it look a little bit construction-y, because they have a lot of broken sections here. Technically, this is a trebuchet, which they use in battle, but I'm just gonna make it look like it's a construction tool, you know? Same thing with this guy. This is a siege machine, but it doubles up as a construction thing. Some of these assets, especially this kit, Medieval Siege, is really, really nice. The variety is beautiful. A lot of these kits don't hold up close, but from a distance it's nice. Usually I'll submerge these assets into the ground, so this ground is not visible, but in this case there's this black line from the ground material that I don't like. So I'm just gonna I am going to try something. Sorry, I came back literally realizing that I was talking this entire time. I don't even know for how many hours with my microphone on mute. I just saw the symbol. So I came back to say sorry. And I just said that it looks cool and it's going to be great. And I can't wait to build this entire environment together. And we will build it together on stream. And thank you for anyone who watched till the end. And thank you for anyone who will join in the future. Sorry about that. I will keep an eye on my levels next time. But thank you. That's it. Bye bye.